here during the afternoon and evening hours. 55, 56, 57 with a mix of sun and clouds out there. Enough of a breeze that things could stay on the chillier side of all of that. So that's what we end up tracking out there. Good luck to you and have a great day out of the track.
If you're coming out, bring a warm jacket. If you don't have one, head over to the gift shop and they will take good care of you over there. There's plenty of options here at the Keeneland gift shop as far as winter apparel is concerned. All right, full card selections for today. 8 races in front of us, and let's see how we match up. Don't forget to download the Keeneland Race Day app to keep track of these picks each and every day. And I see us agreeing in races 4, 6.
And that's it.
Yeah, that's it. 4th and the 6th.
But some similar colors. So we're your first, I'm second, vice versa. So we'll see how it goes. It's, I thought, really challenging sequence. I couldn't find a single in the late pick 4 today.
Yeah, nor could I, and I'll be tackling that a little bit later on in today's today at Keeneland. So if you want to keep track of these, as I mentioned, just go ahead, download the Keeneland Race Day app, and they'll have them for you there each and every day as we post them, and even look ahead. We've got our selections, I know, for upcoming Friday card, through the Friday card, I do believe, on that Keeneland Race Day app at this point in time. So if you're looking to work ahead, that's your opportunity to do so. And also, we'll keep you current with social media. At Keeneland Racing on Twitter, at Keeneland on Facebook. For Instagram followers, at Keeneland and TVG2. You can catch Today at Keeneland each and every race day on TVG2. If you don't have it, download the Watch TVG app. It's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV, both networks, as well as on-demand content. It truly is the best way to catch TVG and obviously catch Today at Keeneland. So download it right now on your favorite connected television device. Our featured race number 7. Race number 7 will go off at approximately 4:12 Eastern time. There are a couple scratches in here. Take out the 3 timeless rows. Take out the 13. The 14 does get the opportunity to go. More Than Unusual is the morning line favorites in this race at odds of 5-2. Brad Cox and Florent Giroux coming together. That's where I ended up in this race. I've got this filly on top, even off the 6-month layoff. I've made this case many times before with trainers like Brad Cox. He wins a high volume of races. He's always near 30% or just there below. And trainers don't have that kind of number if they don't have fit horses each and every time. He's not getting horses ready through racing. They come over in the afternoons and they're ready to go each and every time that they run. So the 6-month layoff does not bother me. We're going to take you back to her race back in April, the last time that she competed. This was at Churchill Downs, going a mile. A pretty straightforward filly. She can lay close to the pace. In this instance, she was a little bit further back than where she had been in her previous starts, but she ran into a very good next out winner in this spot, and she's going to end up only beating a length and 3/4, finishing 3rd. She was wide. She's going to have a much different trip today because she's going to be drawn in post position number 1, but you can see she's trying. She just couldn't get to the number 2 horse in the end, and Flo realizes that at that point in time. The race prior here at Keeneland, back in the spring, ran into Pocket Square. Pocket Square has become a graded stakes winner this season, so you've got to respect the form that she has kept. So I've got her on top with Elke du Wargete, I believe is how you say it, the number 2 horse. Kurt Becker will have us dialed in for that one, but good form as of late, has had a good season. She comes back in less than 2 months, so she's got recency on her side as far as racing. And then Jezebel's Kitten for Chris Davis, another one that you've got to respect that consistent form. She comes off about a month and a half freshening from her race at Kentucky Downs, but she's just always right there, it seems, in the end. So 1-2-5 for me in this featured event.
I thought More Than Usual was definitely the one to beat in here, and if she runs something back to what we saw in the race that you used there, or the one you mentioned here at Keeneland, then it's going to take a lot to beat her. Off the layoff, I'm going to just try to look for a price and try to beat her with 3 Flamingos at 8-1 in here, the 6 horse for Cherie DeVoe. And she's had limited starters, and her horses have run well, like a couple of wins and a couple of thirds from 9 starts for the DeVoe barn. This horse ran really well last time out off a break at Kentucky Downs and was wide in that race. And then it's a horse that is working well since that race coming off the layoff. 4 nice works coming into this spot. So I think that 3 Flamingos at a price has a shot. I think if More Than Unusual is just a little bit off her A game, then I think it really becomes wide open at that point. So I took a shot with 3 Flamingos in here.
And she's a filly that we're going to roll back that race from Fairgrounds, her last victory at the end of March. We have that. Let's take you back to her last win. She tends to be forward when she's at her best, right? The way that we see her winning this race at Fairgrounds.
And I think that will serve her well here. A little erratic, as you saw in that race, but it's a horse that I think will, off what I saw last time at Kentucky Downs, even though she didn't win, it was a 87 buyer figure, an improved number, and I think she can take a step forward off of that. And if she get back to something like this race at the Fairgrounds back in March, then I think Three Flamingos does have a big shot in here.
Yeah, Cherise had a nice meet. This filly ran in against Warlike Goddess and the Bewitched back in April. Warlike Goddess, as we've talked about her more than a few times this meet, referencing common run lines. She's turned into a Grade 1 winner and one of the top fillies in the Filly Mare Turf division. So, respect that form. It is a good race. I mean, I feel like a broken record when it comes to these allowance races. The racing office has done such a great job to bring together the quality, just the quality of these divisions, those that have these conditions, bringing them together, and they're very equally matched races and competitive races.
More than unusual, I've got second. I took Vividly third from the outside. I thought with a mile and 16th that you got a shot to get position from out there. And this horse's best two races have come since the last two starts for Brendan Walsh. And then Barista was another one I thought had a shot in here as well. But again, if it's not more than unusual, then I could see it being any one of about a half dozen.
Jezebel's Kitten for Chris Davis. You had a chance to catch up with him. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
Chris Davis is saddling Jezebel's Kitten in the allowance feature. First time that she's run for you. What have you learned about her since she came into your barn?
I mean, she seems pretty straightforward. I mean, Brad's done a great job with her. We changed some little things, kind of backed off her a little bit, gave her a little bit of R&R. Her breeze on the poly track was really, really nice. She stretched out beautifully. She seems fit and ready to run.
I noticed in the last race she seemed a little further back than usual. Typically, she shows pretty good speed, right?
Yeah, that's what it definitely seems like. Judging by the race, she'll probably be tactically placed. Let kind of Sophie, place her where she's comfortable, and then see if we can just outfinish everybody.
You have good numbers with newcomers to your barn. What's the key to finding the right buttons to push?
Well, we're a smaller barn. We only carry about 32 horses, so we individualize every horse pretty easily, so it's easy for us to kind of get a handle on horses when they first show up.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Chris Davis will saddle Jezebel's Kitten in today's allowance feature.
I like getting to know these young guys that are coming up that are going to win in some big spots as they get better and better horses in their barn, and he's a promising trainer.
And he's got the pedigree. And fun fact, Chris Davis grew up in Chicago, from where I'm from. His younger days, he was a knight at medieval times.
Oh, really?
Yep. So there you go. And there are pictures out there to prove it on social media. So
not that I don't know if he wants them seen, but they are out there.
He shared them with us, and we posted them.
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah, he embraces his
Good
younger days as a knight at medieval times in suburban Chicago. Let's go on to race number 4, my first key race of this afternoon that we'll dive into. Starter allowance group 3 and up, which have started for 20,000 or less in their last 5 starts. 6.5 furlongs the distance, and aggressivity is out. We've got 2-1 on Cove Blue, the number 8. That's the morning line favorite for Juan Cano, coming off of consecutive victories when with Dale Romans. I'm going to a horse that's looking for his second win on the meet, and he would become the first horse to do so for Norm Cash. He's had a nice meet here at Keeneland. This is Beverly Park, the number 5 horse. This colt has won his last 6 starts. He's 6 for 6 in 2021 after going winless in 2020. Talk about turning the corner. And we're going to take you back to his win just a few days ago on October 17th right here at Keeneland, where he was the favorite. He went off at 2-1. He got the lead, and he just cruised from there. And he's going to draw off and win this one by 2 lengths in the end, going 6.5 furlongs. Same distance here today, so he's got that advantage on his side, in my opinion, based on the way that he handled the 6.5 back on the 17th of October. But as I talked about with him, I had him in this race as well. He was my play in this race we're showing you back. You'll find these horses that get good in these starter allowance conditions and can keep coming back and can win quite a few in a row. And that's what's going on with Beverly Park. So Norm Cash going to take advantage of this race in the book and come right back and try to get a second win here on the meeting. The number 9 horse, I think you've got to respect Voluble for Tom Drury, coming off of a win at Kentucky Downs, moving over to the dirt, should be trying to rally off the pace at 6.5. And then the number 3 horse, I had in my third spot, Machismo, making his second start here at Keeneland. He's got speed. The 6.5 might be the concern. It might be a touch too far. He could be the target for Beverly Park early on in this race. But he looks like he'll be able to hang on for a piece of it. He's won 5 races this year, so you can't knock his form. So 5-9-3 in that 4th race for me here today.
Yeah, that seemed to be a very easy win, and I guess I'm assuming that's why they wheel this horse back so quickly. In great form, and is those types of horses, as you say, strike while the iron's hot.
Exactly.
Let's go to race number 5 for my first key race of the day. This starts the late pick 4 and is also the first of 2 turf races today. So there's only 2 turf races on the card, so no turf pick 3 bet today. That'll return tomorrow and for the remainder of the meet. The favorite is way out on the outside in the 13-hole Mount Kenya drawing into this race, so make sure you take note of that. But I ended up going to a horse down along the inside, an American Diamond, and they're going 1 mile and a 16th here in this maiden test. And we're going to take a look at the last race for American Diamond. It was up at Indiana Grand at the end of September, and it was a 3rd-place finish for American Diamond, and I thought he turned in a solid effort in this spot. But what you want to take note of is the horse out in the middle of the track that is going to the lead, and that is a horse named Santon, who came back to win here very impressively off this effort. Got a big buyer speed figure here. I think it was an 82, and then came back and won very impressively here at Keeneland against what looked to be pretty good field. You get Tyler Gaffleone, who's running away with a riding title in the saddle on this one, nicely drawn down along the inside out of the 2-hole. So I like American Diamond for those reasons in the 5th race today. I took Brown Delivers next. Rodolphe Brisset's getting this horse into his barn. He does good work with newcomers to his barn, 19% win rate. I really thought one of those 2 would win this. If you go to a 3rd one, I put Cool Rags down as my 3rd choice, but I'm not real wild about over 13. So I like American Diamond a lot in here with Brown Delivers 2nd.
I'll move right along in the race card from race 5 to race 6. We'll go. This is a nominal 2 allowance race. 6 furlongs is the distance for 3 and up. And we're taking a look right now at the morning line, ready to answer. The number 6 horse is installed at 5-2. You've got an entry in here. But I went to the 2-horse Spiteful Sam. I'm not familiar with these connections with this trainer, but 29% winners from just 14 starters, and this horse has made 3 starts of those 14. So not a big barn, but getting results. And this gelding has run some solid races. I think that you've got to respect his inside speed. We're going to go down to Churchill, or over to Churchill, I should say, back to September 16th, where he finished 3rd to some good runners, Flags Up, and So Union, who end up in front of him. He's 15-1 on this day, coming off of a victory at Ellis. So his first try against winners was this solid effort. And like I said before, I think drawn to the inside is going to be a big plus for him. I do think he can outrun the horse just to his outside, the 1, as well as the 1A. The both entries sit in posts 2 and 3. But if he can make the lead and stay down on the inside, and back this past weekend, that was the good part of the track that you wanted to be at. I go with Spiteful Sam in race number 6 to spring a mild upset. Grandor's 2nd. That's the number 5 horse coming back for a 2nd time here at Keeneland. I think that this is a much easier spot group-wise as far as what he faced when running against that race that Olympiad took back on the 14th of October. And then the 6th ready to answer for Rusty Arnold off the 4-month layoff. Coming back sprinting, has run some solid sprints. But is this a jumping off point for him to get back out to longer races, or is sprinting something that he's going to be doing? He did break his maiden sprinting, to be fair, but off the 4-month layoff, we'll see where he's at. So 2, 5, and 6 for me in that 6th race.
I ended up in the same race on the same horse, but we're going to take a look at a different race for Spiteful Sam. This is going to be 2 starts back when this horse posted an 85 buyer figure in breaking his maiden at Ellis Park. And very impressive win here, and you saw the subsequent effort down at Churchill Downs. And I thought in the race at Churchill, this horse had a bit of a wide trip. It was hard to pass horses that had speed down along the inside in that September meet at Churchill. He's drawn off very impressively here. Then if you forgive the 3rd place finish just a notch or 2 for maybe being a little bit wide in there, runs back to that race that we just saw at Ellis Park. I'm like, Scott, I think this horse is a major player in here. It's one of the 2 spots we agree on, and it's the 2nd leg of the late pick 4. So maybe if you want to take a stand somewhere, this would be a place to maybe consider it. And I think because you mentioned the connections, trainer's first run here, jockey I think's had 6 starts. So I think you'll definitely get all of that 3-1, maybe a little bit more on Spiteful Sam. I had Name Rejected second with Gaffleone riding, and then Grandeur, the field you mentioned that Grandeur hooked last time was very salty. So I thought that one merited a long look as well. But Spiteful Sam, we're on the same one.
Race number 6, so mark that one down. Here's some other numbers to mark down in your past performances, your program, as we visit the Clockers reports for this Wednesday. And starting race number 2 with the number 1 horse, Circle Back Jack, on the 2nd of October, half mile in 48, and has shown steady improvement in all 3 turf starts. Tries the dirt sprint, breezes well over the good dirt. So take a look at the 1 in race number 2, Circle Back Jack. And then Battle of Britain in race number 5. That's the 8 horse. Half a mile work in 47 and 4 on the 17th. That came out of the gate. Should be fit enough. Long string of workouts dating back to early summer, and has won with a route debut. Previously gets Lasix and a sharp turf pilot. So we'll remind you of these over the course of the afternoon. But if you want to mark them down now, race number 2, the 1, Circle Back Jack. Race number 5, the 8, Battle of Britain. All right, multi-race exotic time. As we get into the late pick 4, we're both going to be attacking this late pick 4 here today. And as you mentioned, I agree with you. I couldn't find a single in these final 4 races.
No, so I ended up with a $54 ticket. I kept it short on the front end with the 2 and the 1. The 2 I mentioned I liked a lot in race 5. Then I took 3 horses in the 6th race. The 3 I mentioned, Spiteful Sam, Name Rejected, and Grandeur. In the allowance feature, I've got 3 Flamingos, More Than Usual, and Vividly. And honestly, it'd be smart probably to go even a little deeper there if you can, if your budget allows, just in case if More Than Usual doesn't fire. As I said, I thought there were several that had a shot. And then I'm 6 deep in the last leg. Didn't really have a strong opinion. Malibu Marie was the horse I actually had on top, and Malibu Marie scratched. So I threw in the 9 horse on my ticket as well. First-time starter for Phil Sims, who does some good work here, the horse named Chili, but really kind of wide open on the back end. So hopefully if I can get through the first 3 legs, I've got half the field there at the end.
As far as my approach, I'm going to find some coverage in each of these legs. I will go 3 deep in race number 5, starting with the 9 is my top selection there, but Cool Rags for Eric Foster. I think getting back on turf makes a lot of sense. The number 9 horse, Rare Stripe for Jack Sisterson, comes off of a sprint. I think back out to routing is a plus, and owned by Calumet Farm. They're in a heated battle for leading owner here in this final week, and we wish all those contenders the best in that owner standings race. And then Road Abroad, a high-dollar purchase at the Keeneland September sale of 2019, making his debut. Susan and Jim Hill bought him for $425,000. Race number 6, 2, 5, and 6. The 2, my top selection, that's Spiteful Sam, but also going to use the number 5 horse, Grandeur, as well as the number 6 horse, Ready to Answer. Race number 7, 1, 2, and 5 in that order. In fact, More Than Unusual, the Brad Cox runner. You got the number 2 horse for Nacho Correas. You got to respect that recent form. The 5 horse, Jezebel's Kitten for Chris Davis. Solid bit of runs here lately from that runner. Race number 8, 1, 7, and 10. Had to regroup a little bit there. My top play was the number 6 horse who scratched Malibu Marie, but I've got the 1 and 7, the 1 and 7 will be the approach in that one. How about them apples for Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana, and then the number 7 horse, Triple P for Steve Margolis, who ran well enough on debut for maiden 50, jumps into this maiden $150,000 race here today. So we'll see how he handles that one. That's my late pick 4 ticket, $27 investments, 50-cent minimum wager, starting with race number 5. I will stay with race number 8. As mentioned, Tom, I had to regroup a little bit because of the scratch of the 6, so we're not going to have any playback to look at here, and you can see what these scratches have done. I mean, you've got a 4-1 morning line favorite now after the scratches and without readjusting the morning line odds. So it becomes a very wide open race with the Triple P now the morning line favorite. But I'm going to box 4 horses, which will cost $12 to do so. 50-cent trifecta box here in this race, and I hope for the best. Hope that we can get lucky with this race being as wide open as it is. I've got 1, 7, and 10. Those are my top 3 selections, but throwing the 2 in there, Miss Rema, down on the inside with Brad Cox with a first-time starter, daughter of Nyquist, with Florent Giroux in the saddle. So we'll see how she handles her debut race here as she's been working at Keeneland, drawing the rail. It's not an easy spot to come from, but you know, who knows what's going to happen with these first-time starters. It's a very wide-open race. It's a difficult race to close things out, but I'll take a swing at the try box. Boxing 4 horses It'll cost you just $12 if you wish to do that.
For my best angle, we're going to go to race number 2, and you got a lot of first-time starters in here, and I'm taking one of those in here at 8-1, all in sync. Ricardo Santana is an outstanding rider and just in a cold streak right now, so I find myself rooting for him to get one home just to get the mojo going the other direction. So maybe this will be the one. This horse, I thought it was noteworthy, was a big purchase out of a 2-year-old sale. $310,000 purchase for All in Sync out of a 2-year-old sale, considerably more than the stud fee for the stallion here. Good win early sire, and then a couple of nice local works here at Keeneland for All in Sync, and so it's Asmussen and Santana. So let's take a look at the past performance block for this horse, and there you see McLean's Music, good first out sire. There's the price on the 2-year-old sale. Asmussen 1 for 44 at the meet. You know he's going to be firing soon, and I've seen sometimes the Asmussen barn start to pick up steam near the end of the meet, heading into Churchill and the Breeders' Cup time, and maybe this will be the week for that barn and this rider to get going. You mentioned how about them apples in the last race, so they've got some good shots today, and the barn always has a nice group of 2-year-olds. We've seen several of them already this year here in Kentucky and elsewhere. So All in Sync at 8-1, first-time starter I thought was worth a look just off those particular angles in race number 2. And my wager is just going to be a $25 win bet. Not trying to get too fancy. If I can get 8-1 or something near that and hit it for a $25 win ticket, it'll be a good day.
It sure will be a good day, no question about it. So good luck with that one. That is your best angle, but you're going to go even bigger with your long shot price, looking at a 12-1 shot.
Yeah, it's a horse you already mentioned out of the Tom Drury barn, Voluble. And I'm not sure, I like Beverly Park as well. That's who actually picked on top in the race. So I'm not sure Voluble can beat Beverly Park. If can, then you're going to get somewhere around 12-1, hopefully. But this horse improved second off the layoff for Tom Drury's barn. Very sharp trainer. Barn wins at a 24% rate on the turf to dirt move. And I just thought at that price or anything near that, that this was a horse that you could key on in an exacta or a trifecta and, you know, make sure you're boxed in. So in case he wins, you'll get the nice price on top. But if not, could certainly juice up one of the vertical wagers in this race. And Voluble out of the 9-hole. And I think out there in the outside, Jock can get a nice stalking trip and hopefully give his horse a big shot to win coming into the stretch.
It's a good Wednesday card.
Yeah,
just going through it again. And, can't say it enough. Great job by Gatewood Bell and his team, the racing department, and just everybody here coming together. And what has been a fantastic meeting, and great to have folks back out here. And if you're coming out this afternoon, make sure you bring a jacket.
We're working, yeah, definitely. It's chilly. We're working ahead always and picking next cards. I was looking at tomorrow and Friday. It's got some big fields. Hopefully those stay intact with the weather that's coming. But you got some great opportunities if you're trying to dig out of a hole at this point to try to rally and find a place where you can spread out and catch a price in one of those multi-race wagers. I think there's going to be some opportunities to do that. The weather could throw a wrench into that and give you a chance to find a really nice price somewhere and have a big score to finish the meet.
And also a reminder, Wednesday Challenge, that takes place today. It's races 3 through 8. Just head over to Handicapping Central, just on the other side of the grandstand from us, nearest the finish line. And it's $10 to get in, $2,500 guaranteed pool. And it's presented by Malone's. And so a nice opportunity there. You just place a mythical $2 win and place wager in races 3 through 8. And go for the best in that one. So Wednesday Challenge, if you're coming out here, take advantage of it. Just $10 to get in. That's
take a shot.
Yeah, it's worth it. Worth the $10
investment.
investment.
Those contests are really a lot of fun. And today, hopefully, you can get a score and build a bankroll for Breeders' Cup.
For Tom, I'm Scott. Enjoy today at Keeneland.
November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation, the Breeders' Cup World Championships at Del Mar, only on NBC.
Start your journey in a new Toyota. Where you end up is up to you. With 15 different all-wheel drive Toyotas to choose from, the possibilities are endless. Head to the trails in Avenza. Find a fishing hole with RAV4. Just have fun in a Tacoma. Hit the slopes in the family-size Sienna. Or get a grip on the road in the all-wheel drive Camry. All come with the traction you need for confident driving. Any road, any weather. Your adventure. Your Toyota. Toyota. Let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Frankfort, Kentucky native and professional jazz vocalist Kemba Cofield to the paddock. Please rise for our national anthem.
Everyone rise. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land and of the free and the home of the brave.
Keeneland is proud to recognize Bobby Powell from programs as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Bobby.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
And they're off. There goes Suburban Court out for the early lead. What's the connection? And now King of Truth to the inside. Old Town Road out in the center of the track moves up into second now, just a half length off the lead. So Suburban Court has the lead by a half length. Old Town Road is second. King of Truth is down toward the inside in third, a length and a half off the lead, flanked there by What's the Connection, then a break of 7 more lengths back to Come Alone, who is last as they enter the far turn. 22.91 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Suburban Court is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Old Town Road is second, 3/4 of a length. And then King of Truth. Now, King of Truth is against the rail. Length and a half off the lead around the far turn to the top of the stretch. Another length back to What's the Connection in fourth, and a gap of nearly 10 more back to Come Alone, who's last, a 1/4 mile to go. Old Town Road starts to move by for the lead. Suburban Court is now second to the inside. King of Truth has to switch off to the far outside now to try to take aim at Old Town Road, who's got a 3-length lead at the 8th pole. King of Truth is being asked to run in deep stretch here, but not making up the gap on Old Town Road, and Old Town Road is headed on to the winner's circle. Old Town Road, Tyler Gaffalione to win it by 4 lengths on the line. King of Truth was home second, then Suburban Court. Old Town Road, owned by the Colonel Stable of Doug Arnold Jr., trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Old Town Road. And they're off. Violetto, quick into stride. Violetto goes right out for the lead. Bali del Sol is there in the opening strides as well. There goes Stormy Stella, moving up toward the outside in third position. Girls House down toward the inside. And then Hard to Ignore, who moves up 1 spot into fourth on the outside as they head around the far turn. Back up front, Violetto is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Stormy Stella second, Bali del Sol, and now there goes Extreme Gem, moving fourth, now third. Further back, Hard to Ignore settles back into sixth. Girls House is in seventh. Awesome Hope is eighth around the far turn. DeVilly is in ninth. Madeline's Magic comes next, and a long way back to Abakir Bay, who is next to last, and While E Away trails. 22.97 seconds for the opening quarter. Stormy Stella to the lead. Violetto tries to fight back, but is second. And then Extreme Gem third. Bali del Sol is changing lanes toward the outside now, starts to move up. Madeline's Magic is running late on the grandstand side, but fifth. Bali del Sol, Madeline's Magic, both coming forward in the final furlong. Bali del Sol to the lead. Madeline's Magic is running on towards second. Bali del Sol, Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard. Bali del Sol wins it from Madeline's Magic. Then Violetto was across the line in third, and Extreme Gem finished. The trainer is Rusty Arnold, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Bali del Sol, a 2-year-old filly by Bala Bali out of Sun Disc by APND, 5.5 furlongs. And they're off. Swath and Living Water both off a step slowly. There goes Tapped Off out for the lead. Deal Me In Bud comes away running in second. Midnight JJ third. Duke of Edinburgh fourth up on the outside. Here's Enforcer, a lane off the rail between horses. Fifth to fourth to third. A length and a half off the leader, who is Tapped Off. Further back, Street Savoy comes away running in the sixth position. And then Detest Hero is in seventh. Living Water is eighth down toward the inside. La Flecha ninth on the outside, and Swath is 10th between horses, a dozen lengths off the lead. Opening quarter went in 22.5 seconds. Tapped Off against the rail. Leads it by a length and a half. Enforcer is there in second on the outside, a half length. Deal Me In Bud is third by 2. Street Savoy up the rail into fourth now as they turn for home. La Flecha switching lanes toward the outside in fifth. Detest Hero is in sixth. Living Water is seventh back toward the rail, 10 lengths off the lead. Tapped Off is the leader. Deal Me In Bud tries to find an opening, starts to move up toward the inside. Enforcer third. La Flecha is in fourth. Final furlong. Tapped Off with Deal Me In Bud running by to the inside. Deal Me In Bud opening up 4 lengths to the good. Back to Tapped Off in second. Enforcer in third. Living Water trying to find an opening down toward the rail, fourth. Well behind Deal Me In Bud. Deal Me In Bud. Swath runs late to second. Deal Me In Bud wins for Corey Lannery. Swath came running late on the outside for second. Living Water came up. Race number 1, Deal Me In Bud, owned by the Deal Me In Syndicate of Arthur St. George. The trainer, Brendan Walsh. The jockey, Corey Lannery. Deal Me In Bud. They're off. Nick and Zoe, Sapphire Royalty. These two come to the front of the opening strides. Nick and Zoe against the rail has the early lead here by just a neck. Sapphire Royalty goes second by 3 lengths. Back to Delta Gamma Cats, who travels in third. Well Spent is there in between horses in fourth. She's Wonderful fifth up on the outside. Break of 3 more lengths back to Saint Station. Jill Babe moves by to her inside. Long way back. Escape Fund trails onto the far turn, running 15 lengths from the lead. 22.18 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Nick and Zoe against the rail, leads it by just a neck. Once again, Sapphire Royalty draws alongside. Well Spent is third, 2 lengths off the front pair. Delta Gamma Cats looks toward the inside. In fourth, a quarter mile to go. She's Wonderful is in fifth. Jill Babe is sixth, top of the stretch. Delta Gamma Cats tries to scoot through toward the inside. Well Spent, Sapphire Royalty to the outside, all bearing down on Nick and Zoe. Delta Gamma Cats up the rail. Sapphire Royalty from the outside. These two come forward. Nick and Zoe third. Well Spent fourth. Delta Gamma Cats short lead. Here comes Sapphire Royalty again from the outside. Delta Gamma Cats the leader a length. Delta Gamma Cats and Miguel Mena to win it 3/4 of a length. Sapphire Royalty was home second. Owned by Jose Nunez, trained by Ethan West, the jockey Miguel Mena. Delta Gamma Cats, 3-year-old filly by Vancouver out of Willard. They are at the post. They're off. Mark of the Z, Quick Tempo. Both have early speed. Quick Tempo moves up, puts ahead in front. Mark of the Z slides down next to the rail into the second position here early. Then a gap of 2. Act 2, Strike Me Down, just to the outside of Competitive Saint, who is there. And Competitive Saint moves up a lane off the rail, opens the inside for Inhalation. Starts to move by into fourth. Competitive Saint is now fifth and behind horses into the far turn. X-Prop sixth on the outside of that one, and then Elusive Mischief at the back. It was 21.3 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Quick Tempo was opened up on a 4-length lead around the far turn. Quick Tempo in front. Mark of the Z second by a length. Strike Me Down is third. Inhalation fourth. Competitive Saint to the inside fifth. Still nearly 10 lengths off the lead, and the leader's into the stretch. Quick Tempo, 3-length advantage. Mark of the Z tries to come after the leader now second. Strike Me Down is in third. Everyone else has work to do. Inhalation is fourth down toward the rail. Quick Tempo, Mark of the Z right alongside. Strike Me Down third. Mark of the Z has the lead in the final 16th from Quick Tempo. Strike Me Down on the outside. Mark of the Z and E.T. Baird to win it. Close for second, Strike Me Down or Quick for Keeneland's fifth race, the Pine Bloom. Number 3, Mark of the Z. Owned by Jose Rodriguez, trained by Fernando Bahena. E.T. Baird, the jockey. And they're off. And there goes Chitara. Chitara from the inside starting spot moves out early to take the lead here, followed by Tasting the Stars as they head into the first turn. It's Cold in the Hair is up on the outside from third, now taking second, a length off the lead around the first turn. Final Cut, a lane off the rail in fourth position, then a gap of 7 more lengths to the 2 trailers. High Regard to the outside, and Sally's Curlin back toward the rail. 23.51 seconds the time for the opening quarter. On to the backstretch they go. Chitara the leader. Chitara leads it by 2 lengths. It's Cold into Hair is second, 3/4 of a length. Final Cut to the outside, and Tasting the Stars back toward the inside. Tasting the Stars has third and now moves up to challenge for the second position. Further back, High Regard, Sally's Curlin at the back of the pack as they head up toward the far turn. 47.89 seconds the time for that first half mile. Chitara leads. Chitara leads it by a length. Tasting the Stars to the inside. It's Cold into Hair is there toward the outside. It's Cold into Hair, starts to inch forward in second by just a neck, still a length off the lead. Tasting the Stars is in third. High Regard picks up a couple of spots, goes to fourth, still 4 lengths from the front. Sally's Curlin fifth. Final Cut is sixth. The leader is Chitara, quarter mile to go, leads it by a length. It's Cold into Hair is second, a half length. Tasting the Stars is third toward the inside. High Regard is in fourth. Top of the short stretch. Tasting the Stars tries to come up the rail to challenge Chitara. It's Cold into Hair is there on the outside. High Regard, Sally's Curlin center of the track. Chitara with the lead. It's Cold into Hair. Sally's Curlin on the far outside. Chitara by 3, by 2. Sally's Curlin coming. Here's the wire. Chitara hangs on. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Poplar Grove number 3, Chitara, owned by Stud Los Leones of trainer Ignacio Correas. Keeneland's featured 7th race up. And they're off in the Rude and Riddle Dowager Stakes. I Hear You for the lead, but there goes Isha, My Flower. Isha, My Flower, clears the inside traffic, gets over next to the rail in the opening strides. Key Biscayne going to move up to the far outside, right alongside the early leader. Kelsey's Cross backs away from that pair into the third position. I Hear You settles back into fourth. La Lune moves by one spot from fifth by a head, now taking fourth up on the outside around the turn. Then Micheline, who settles toward the center of the pack. She'll be 7 lengths off the early lead to the top of the stretch the first time. Further back by Burnham, Summer and Saratoga, Luck Money next to last, and English Affair is the trailer. Opening quarter went in 23.8 seconds. Just over one circuit to go. Isha, My Flower, leads it by a length and a half. Key Biscayne is second by a length and a half, and then comes Kelsey's Cross in third by 2 lengths, followed by La Lune, who travels in fourth. I Hear You is fifth. It was 48.93 seconds for that first half mile. Micheline is sixth, Summer and Saratoga seventh, by Burnham eighth, Luck Money ninth, English Affair last of the 10. Isha, My Flower continues to show the way. Isha, My Flower, on top by 2 lengths. Key Biscayne, second by just a length. Kelsey's Cross, third, moving forward to the outside to challenge for second as they head on to the backstretch once again. Then a break of nearly 3 more. La Lune, outward from the rail, in fourth. I Hear You, against the rail, is fifth the length. Micheline, Summer and Saratoga, by Burnham. Luck Money still next to last. English Affair, the trailer. Midpoint of the backstretch in the Rude and Riddle Dowager. Isha, My Flower, the leader. Isha, My Flower, leads at 3/4 of a length. Key Biscayne is right there to the outside and second by 2. Kelsey's Cross back into the third position now as they enter the far turn. La Lune is next on the outside of I Hear You, who's still there toward the rail, now in the fourth spot, 4 lengths off the lead. Isha, My Flower, is the leader. Here's Key Biscayne just off the leader's flank in second by a length. Kelsey's Cross third, a half length. I Hear You is fourth back toward the inside. La Lune is in fifth around the far turn. Summer and Saratoga is sixth, running 7 lengths from the front. Top of the stretch, Isha, My Flower, has the lead. Here comes Kelsey's Cross to the outside. I Hear You up the inside. Summer and Saratoga has running room. Luck Money is coming late, but has work to do to catch Summer and Saratoga. Luck Money far outside, running out of time here. Summer and Saratoga has a 3-length lead to Luck Money. Summer and Saratoga. Luck Money is second. Micheline to third. Summer and Saratoga. Corey Lannery to win the Rude and Riddle Dowager. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 7th race, 30th running of the Rude and Riddle Dowager Stakes Grade. Thank you. And they're off. Thomas Shelby being sent to the front from the inside. My Sixth Sense will try to go with him. Royal Mesa comes away running in third, and Warriors Charge right there close up fourth on the far outside as they thunder down into the first turn. There goes Warriors Charge, 3 lanes off the rail. Moving up, Thomas Shelby has the lead, though, and saves the ground against the rail. Thomas Shelby leads it by a length and a half. Warriors Charge to second. My Sixth Sense travels along in third down toward the inside. Royal Mesa fourth on the outside as they enter the backstretch. And then it's Pirates Punch and Highest Honors, who is at the back here early, 23.27 seconds the time for the opening quarter, 6 lengths front to back. Thomas Shelby shows the way. Thomas Shelby up the backstretch at Keeneland leads it by a length and a half. Warriors Charge is second, 3/4 of a length. My Sixth Sense, third a length. The Royal Mesa, fourth by just a neck. And then Pirates Punch, fifth against the rail. And Highest Honors last of the 6 as they work their way over toward the far turn. Opening half mile was 47.13 seconds. Thomas Shelby, the leader. Warriors Charge is second. Less than a length separates the top 2, and now Pirates Punch has moved up into third, still clinging to the rail midway on the far turn, 2 lengths off the lead. Royal Mesa fourth. My Sixth Sense has lost ground. Highest Honors moves up 1 spot from last, still 5 from the lead, has to go wide, a quarter mile to come, and Thomas Shelby to catch. Thomas Shelby opens up on a 3-length lead. Highest Honors has moved up to fourth, now challenging for third off the far turn outside of Warriors Charge, now challenging for second, and Highest Honors and Warriors Charge are trying to reel in Thomas Shelby. Pirates Punch is in fourth. Thomas Shelby, the leader. Warriors Charge is there on the outside and taking aim in the closing strides. Thomas Shelby in front. Warriors Charge is trying. Head bobbing photo. Keeneland's 8th race, the Shamrock Glen. Number 2, Thomas Shelby, owned by M&M Racing of Mike Sisk. Trained by Robertino Diodoro, jockey David Coe. And they're off. There goes Joy of Painting for the lead. Texas Shuffle is there to the inside, and Runaway Rockette between that pair as they head for the first turn. Amiche moves up toward the outside in the fourth position. Joy of Painting has the lead, though. Joy of Painting gets over next to the rail, leads at a length and a half. Amiche goes second. Texas Shuffle is in third. Ursulina moves up a wide fourth, now takes third on the outside. Runaway Rockette is right behind her on the outside in the fifth position. Dawn's Dancer, sixth against the rail. Magna Mater saved ground around the first turn to the inside in seventh. Uyuni to herd outside is in eighth. Gladys is ninth. Isu is 10th. And also toward the back of the pack is where we find Point Wild, who is next to last, and Pliantly, who trails. It was 23.36 seconds for the opening quarter. Joy of Painting leads it by a length. Amiche second, Ursulina third, Texas Shuffle to the inside and fourth. It was 47.43 seconds for the first half mile. And then Dawn's Dancer against the rail in the fifth position. Runaway Rockette is toward the far outside in sixth. Going to have to go toward the center of the course, 5 lengths off the lead. Joy of Painting is the leader, though. Joy of Painting on top by a length and a half. Runaway Rockette tries to pick up the leaders just to the outside of Amiche, who's there between horses. Magna Mater has switched off the rail toward the center of the course, still 6 lengths from the lead. Texas Shuffle looks toward the inside. They turn for home. Joy of Painting, Magna Mater far outside. Texas Shuffle needs room. Also Dawn's Dancer needing room toward the inside. Joy of Painting the leader. Texas Shuffle, Dawn's Dancer on the outside. Here comes Dawn's Dancer, a final run. Late run from Isu from far back and also from Gladys toward the rail, but Dawn's Dancer wins it for Mitchell Merle. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the Denali, number 2, Dawn's Dancer, owned by Gary Broad, trained by Christopher Davis, Mitchell Merle, the winning jockey. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast and the turf is listed good, and the rail is set at 20 feet on the turf course. Time now for a look at the program changes. Beginning of the first race, race 1 is where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s begin. Also the start of the early pick 5. A couple of jockey changes in the first race. On number 2, Sky Value, the jockey will be Isaias Ayala. That's number 2, Sky Value. The jockey will be Isaias Ayala. The jockey for the 8 Only Rewards will be Adam Beskica. Number 8 Only Rewards, the jockey Adam Beskica. Second race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Keep in mind, race 2 is where the early pick 4 begins. Third race is the start of the pick 6, no carryover. In that third race, scratch the 4, All Bodes Well. Scratch number 4, All Bodes Well. Jockey for the 7 Trade-Off, John McKee. Number 7, Trade-Off, the jockey, John McKee. Fourth race is where the late pick 5 begins. In that fourth race, scratch number 7, Aggressivity. Scratch the 7, Aggressivity. Jockey for the 6, Ash Flat, will be Corey Lannery. Number 6, Ash Flat. Jockey, Corey Lannery. Race 5, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 12, Z-Force Majeure. Scratch the 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead. And scratch 16, Tropical Tornado. Again, scratch number 12, Z-Force Majeure. Scratch the 14, February Sun. Scratch the 15, Sprinklehead. And scratch 16, Tropical Tornado. Please note, number 13, Mount Kenya, draws into the race. There's a jockey change on the 10, Sanctified, make the jockey Francisco Arrieta. Number 10, Sanctified, make the jockey Francisco Arrieta. Sixth race, Overweight, number 3, Il Butengati, the jockey 1 pound over. That's number 3, Il Butengati, the jockey 1 pound over. The featured 7th race, scratch number 3, Timeless Rose. Scratch number 13, Palace Athena. Again, scratch number 3, Timeless Rose. And scratch number 13, Palace Athena. Please note, number 14, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Eighth and final event, a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $20,051. Scratch part of entry 1A Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. Again, scratch part of entry 1A Vow. Also scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. Please note, number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton.
Very happy Wednesday to you, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us here on course at Keeneland, and for those of you joining us at home, we are down to the final 4 race days of this fantastic fall meeting, and what a meet it has been. And we've got a lot of exciting races still to come here for 2021 for this fall meet. And our featured event here here today is late in the card, as you would expect. Race number 7, which will go at approximately 4:12 Eastern time. A big field, couple of scratches, the 3 timeless rows, as well as the number 13 withdrawn. The 14 does get the opportunity to compete here today, but more than unusual. 5-2 on the morning line for Mr. Martin Schwartz, the owner, Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. This filly hasn't raced in 6 months, but she was keeping top company in those recent starts that we saw her even here at Keeneland back in April, running against Pocket Square, who's turned into a graded stakes winner. You've got to respect her, as well as the number 2 horse with her recency, but a very deep field, part of the late pick 4, late pick 5, and pick 6. So make sure that you find some coverage in this race. It really looks like that kind of event. Also a reminder, in the 8th and final, we've got the Toyota Super High 5 carryover, over $20,000, $20,051. That is the final race today, race number 8, that Toyota Super High 5 carryover here today, as we are quickly approaching the first race here at Keeneland. Looking into the paddock for race number 1, now 18 minutes to post. We'll start the day with a starter allowance race, starter 10 for fillies and mares, 3 and up, 6 furlongs the distance. This race does start the first double opportunity, pick 3 and early pick 5 at 50-cent minimum wager. There's the 3-horse Diva Banker, who's even money right now for trainer and owner Ray Handel. It brings this one down from New York. She's been training here locally. She's got a couple of workouts over this main track. And the last time we saw her, she was running against New York Statebred Stakes Company at Saratoga in the slop. She was a winner at Belmont back in June. And with this condition, being eligible for this condition, like the spotting of her more than anything, she fits this race to a T here today and gets a good post position and gets Gerardo Corrales in the saddle. Another positive for me always. Even money on Diva Banker. She is my top play here in race number 1. Then go to the outside, the 8-horse Only's Reward. Rider change there. It's Adam Beschizza riding for Ethan West. She's hit a good string of races as of late up in Indiana Grand. This is obviously going to be a step up in class for her coming this way, but you've got to respect her races. They claimed her for $5,000. She's not run a bad race for these connections owned by Thorough Crowd and trained by Ethan West. So the 8 at 9-2, she does have an upset chance in here versus the heavy favorite, the New York Invader, the number 3 horse. And then finally, I'll wrap up my top 3 with Isabella Canatella. That's the number 6 horse for trainer Jeff Jones. Another one that she's rarely runs a bad race. She's run 20 times. She has 9 victories. She's at her best when she's able to make the lead, so hopefully that's the case for her. When she doesn't, it doesn't look like she's a filly that really wants to get herself back involved in the race. So she's got to break sharp, but she seems to just about each and every time. You can just look along those past performances and see all the ones lined up across those run lines. So she's a quick mare and a good mare. There's no question about it. Good to see this Illinois bred down here in Keeneland. That is the number 6 horse at 12-1, Isabella Canatella. 16 minutes away from race number 1. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf listed good. A reminder in the first race, the jockey for part of entry number 2, Sky Value, is Isaias Ayala. Again, the jockey for part of entry number 2, Sky Value, Isaias Ayala. And the jockey for number 8, Only Rewards, Adam Beschitza. Number 8, Only Rewards, the jockey, Adam Beschitza. Post time, 7 minutes.
Less than 6 minutes away from this opening race here at Keeneland, and Diva Banker, she looks the part. There is no talking me off of her based on just looking at her out here as she warms up at odds of 3-2. She looks ready to go off this 2-month freshening, 2 months between races. So Diva Banker absolutely deserves to be 3-2 when facing up against the competition that she's seeing here. And I want to go over to the 6 horse from just a size and physical standpoint. I thought that she looked really nice. This gray mare, Isabella Canatella. We talked about her speed on the front side. She's a good price right now at 9-1. She'll be able to outrun, I would think, Diva Banker early on, or at least go with her. Diva Banker's got some speed as well, but I like the size of this mare when comparing her to the rest of this group. 9-1 might be a price to chase here as we're 5 minutes away from the opener. Good luck. Beautiful afternoon here in Lexington, Kentucky as we kick off this Wednesday card. Don't forget double exacta, trifecta, pick 3, and the early pick 5 starts with this first race.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. Main track is fast, turf good. They are at the post. And they're off. Miscellaneous, Isabella Canatella, Sky Value. These three come to the front along with Diva Banker, who's right there in fourth, a lane off the rail in the opening strides, followed by She Oshi, who's fifth down toward the inside, Cabo Dorado, sixth up on the outside, Kitty's Promise is seventh in between horses, Hoptown Honey, eighth against the rail, Only Rewards is ninth, and Bowmaker is last of the 10 into the far turn. Isabella Canatella has the lead by just a neck. Miscellaneous stacks up to the outside. Sky Value fights on to the inside. 22.62 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Top three separated by a length. Here's Diva Banker looking to the far outside fourth. 3 lengths off the lead. She Oshi in behind horses toward the inside and fifth. Is now 2 from the front. Diva Banker going to have to go wide. Sky Value, a short lead. Isabella Canatella between horses. Diva Banker swings up to the far outside. Here comes Diva Banker now to take the lead. Moving by the 8th pole. She Oshi tries to move up behind her toward the second position. Then Miscellaneous in third. Diva Banker has the lead by 2 in deep stretch. She Oshi makes a final run at her. Diva Banker in front. She Oshi coming on from the outside. She Oshi runs on by to win it for Alex Ashard. Diva Banker home second. Miscellaneous third.
She had to work for it, but she gets there in the end. The daughter of Daredevil for trainer Randy Matthews. They're going to turn for home, and the Gray Filly's going to have the advantage. Diva Banker, Gerardo Corrales, he rode her very well. She was down on the inside, somehow on the turn, managed to get her out into the clear, and that led to this kind of performance. But right now, this long stretch starts to catch up with her, as does She. Alex Achard laying it down and getting her up at odds of 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 1, She was first. Number 3, Diva Banker finished second. Number 7, Miscellaneous third. Number 8, Only Rewards fourth. 1, 3, 7, 8, unofficial. Yeah, the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race. Number 1, She. The winner is owned by Richard Armington and Randy Finnegan, trained by Randy Matthews. The jockey, Alex Achard. She, 4-year-old filly by Daredevil. Out of Who Is Camille by Dixie Union. Winner bred in Kentucky by China Horse Club International Limited. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. 1 minute 11.87 seconds. First race results official, 1378. The official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. Also the start of the early pick 4. Main track is listed fast, turf listed good. A reminder in race 2, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 15. They did not draw into the race. Looking ahead, third race, scratch the 4, all bodes well. That's the third race, scratch the 4, all bodes well. Jockey for the 7, trade-off, John McKee. Number 7, trade-off, jockey John McKee. Fourth race, scratch number 7, aggressivity. That's the fourth race, scratch number 7, aggressivity. The jockey for the 6 Ash Flat will be Corey Lannery. The jockey for number 6 Ash Flat will be Corey Lannery. Race 5, scratch the 12 Z-Force Majeure. Scratch the 14 February Sun. Scratch 15 Sprinklehead. And scratch 16 Tropical Tornado. Again, scratch the 12 Z-Force Majeure. Scratch 14 February Sun. Scratch 15 Sprinklehead. And scratch 16 Tropical Tornado. Please note, number 13 Mount Kenya draws into the race. There's a jockey change for the 10 Sanctified. The jockey is Francisco Arrieta. Number 10 Sanctified. The jockey, Francisco Arrieta.
Race number 2, 2-year-old maidens, they're going to be going 3/4 of a mile. Always interesting with the inexperience and trying to sort through it. And we'll get a good look at them on the front side and give you front side opinions based on looks here in the next few moments. But based off of form and what I've seen, I go to Circleback Jack. And this gelding, he's got 3 races under his belt. That's obviously a positive. You'd rather not be drawn in post position number 1, especially for a horse that's not made the lead in any of his races. So he's going to have to be sharp away from there with Robbie Alvarado. But keying off of his Indian Summer Run, he finished 3rd in that stakes race on the 10th of October behind Averly Jane, who's going to be the favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint at Del Mar in just a few weeks' time. So coming off of that 3rd place effort, trying dirt for the first time. He's by Tonalist out of Medaglia d'Oro Mare. Versatile stallions, sure, but Tonalist known for his success, Grade 1 success on the main track. So perhaps that will be the key for him. And many focusing on that live race that he comes out of, tough race that he comes out of. There's no way of putting it that Averly Jane won the Indian Summer here at Keeneland. Then I'll go to the 2-horse Tis of Thee, an American Pharaoh first-time starter. Tom Amos, his trainer, good with first-out runners, wins it 20% of the time. It's a well-bred colt. There's no question about it. And he's had some solid workouts between Turfway on the synthetic and Keeneland on the dirt. So Tis of Thee, live on the board, 3-1, first-time starter, drawn a bit better than the one. That's the one positive, too, getting off the rail. That's a big plus. And then the 3-horse Bringer of Rain. Here's another first-time starter, son of Twirling Candy. Always a fan of the Twirling Candies. A stallion that gets you just about any kind of runner, turf, dirt, sprint, long. They seem to be able to do all of it. And also producing first-out winners. Sons and daughters of Twirling Candy, first out, win 19% of the time. That's a pretty high number. So bred to win early and comes in with a good gate workout here at Keeneland back on September 28th. That was a bull at 47 flat. So at 15-1, consider Bringer of Rain based on his breeding and based on that workout that we saw from him here at Keeneland back at the end of September a month ago. 17 minutes away from race number 2. Reminder, this does start the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Glen Oak. Maiden special weight for 2-year-old, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast. The turf is good. In the second race, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 15, they did not draw into the race. Post time at 7 minutes.
Out here on the front side for race number 2 at Keeneland Racecourse, started the early pick 4 on this Wednesday card, and we'll begin the pick 4 with the 2-year-old maiden special weight race. The one Circleback Jack was on the Clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland, referencing this gelding as he gets set to make his dirt debut. So Circleback Jack, Clocker pick, and 2-1. He's the current favorite. Gotta like that. The number 8 horse is Tom Leach's Best Angle from the morning. This is the son of McLean's Music that they purchased for $310,000 back in the spring at a 2-year-old training sale. Steve Asmussen, good with first-time starters. Hopefully this one performs to expectations based on what they went for coming out of that sale. He's by McLean's Music. McLean's Music has truly developed into a top-level stallion, and you can see that based on the purchase price on this colt, simply looking at this one. All in sync, the 8. You got to take a good look at him at odds of 7-1. And then let's go over to the 5 horse in the Calumet Farm Silks for Jack Sisterson. They're in the middle of an owner's standing battle right now. They're one up at Calumet Farm. One up, 3 victories to the 2 in the second place right now in the standings. So this could go a long way in securing an owner title for Calumet Farm and Mr. Kelly. So speaking to Jack Sisterson, he said, you know, we don't really train our horses to win first out and worry too much about it. But this horse, they always look to build off of experiences in the racetrack and move forward off of that. But he is a good-looking horse, and 27-1 with the way the Calumets had this meet and looking to secure an owner title, worth considering the number 5 horse at a big number. Good race coming up. 2-year-olds sprinting on the dirt, 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes away from race 2.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Glen Oak, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Circle back Jack comes out running for the early lead. Tis of Thee is right alongside in the opening strides. All in Sync is away third. Boat Song fourth. Overlander outrunning in fifth. Mickey from Wexford is away in sixth. Mamzouj is in seventh. Break of 3 more lengths back to Paid Twice, who travels eighth. Testa is ninth on the outside. And then Bringer of Rain, who's ninth back toward the inside. Loco is back toward the back of the pack around the far turn. Fort Defiance trails. It was 22.34 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Circle back Jack to the inside. All in Sync drives up from the outside, and these two go at it for the top spot around the far turn as Tis of Thee fights on between them and challenges within a half length of the top pair off the turn. Top of the stretch, Mickey from Wexford is in fourth position as they straighten away from home. All in Sync from the outside challenging. Circle back Jack for the lead. Mickey from Wexford is in third. Tis of Thee is in fourth. Mamzouj is fifth toward the inside. Paid Twice sixth on the outsiders. Mickey from Wexford up to challenge All in Sync and Circle back Jack. Mickey from Wexford has a narrow lead past the 16th pole. Mickey from Wexford and Sophie Doyle moving on at 25-1. Mickey from Wexford up to win it.
Coming from over the top, Mickey from Wexford for John Ennis, a trainer that has really made a name for himself here at Keeneland with these young horses, and he's back at it again. And as we pick it up with 1/8 of a mile left, was just tucked back behind the 8. And once Sophie Doyle got this son of Dialed In out into the clear, he really picked it up. A Keeneland September sales graduate from last year, purchased for just $20,000 and picks up a maiden special weight here at Keeneland and does so easily. Impressive debut by Mickey from Wexford, winning by better than 2 lengths.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 10, Mickey from Wexford, first. Number 8, All in Sync, was second. Number 1, Circle Back Jack, was third. Number 6, Mamzouj, fourth. 10-8-1-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Glen Oak, number 10, Mickey from Wexford, owned by Trelawney Farm Sales of Niall Carey, Sean Speck, and trainer John Ennis. Jockey, Sophie Doyle. Mickey from Wexford, a 2-year-old gelded son of Dialed In out of That's Why by Harlan's Holiday. Winner bred in Kentucky by TC Stable LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 11.47 seconds, and the results are official. 10-8-1-6, the official results for Keeneland's second race. In the winner's circle, the Glen Oak Trophy presentation to the connections of Mickey from Wexford. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Main track is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast. The turf is good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this third race, scratch the 4. All bodes well. Scratch the 4. All bodes well. Jockey for the 7, trade-off, John McKee. 7, trade-off, jockey, John McKee. Fourth race, scratch number 7, aggressivity. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 7, aggressivity. Jockey for the 6, Ash Flat, will be Corey Lannery. 6, Ash Flat, the jockey, Corey Lannery. Race 5, scratch the 12, Z Force Majeure. Scratch 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead. And scratch 16, Tropical Tornado. Again, scratch 12, Z Force Majeure. Scratch 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead. And scratch 16, Tropical Tornado. A reminder, number 13, Mount Kenya, draws into the race. There's a jockey change on the 10, Sanctified Francisco Arrieta. Number 10, Sanctified. Jockey is Francisco Arrieta. Sixth race, overweight, number 3, Il Butengati. Jockey, 1 pound over. Number 3, Il Butengati. Jockey, 1 pound over. Seventh race. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose. And scratch 13, Palace Athena. That's in the featured 7th race. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose. And scratch number 13, Palace Athena. A reminder that number 14, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Eighth and final event, carryover for that Toyota Super High 5, just over $20,000. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. Again, scratch part of entry, 1A, Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. A reminder, number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race.
This third race is where the pick six starts here this afternoon. 8 race card. So race number 3, the first leg of the $1 pick six here at Keeneland. 17 minutes to post, and it's $20,000 level, non-1-2 lifetime, a mile and an eighth. So a testing distance for any group of horses, especially a level such as this. And Bugle of War, the number 8 horse, who is 3-2 right now, or 3-1, excuse me, 3-1 on the board, is where I start. It's all about the class drop with this colt. He has faced so much tougher over the course of his career. First time in for a tag is the biggest drop in class that any horse at any level can take. And so that's exactly what Bugle of War is doing here today. He broke his maiden at Tampa Bay Downs back in February. A couple of tries against first level allowance condition types. Just could not hang with those groups. So takes the plunge in class and should be able to respond with a top level effort here at odds of 3-1 is what he sits at right now. And he's got distance pedigree. There's no question about it on both the top side as well as the dam side. So the 8 Bugle of War, my top selection. Then the number 5 horse, Hard Sting, for trainer Jeff Hiles. This is a hard-spun gelding who adds blinkers back on, going to this angle, hoping that he can be forward and hang on for a piece of it, because these are going to be some tired horses once they hit the top of the stretch. I would not expect any sort of big late move from one of these runners to win this race. That's just my prediction, but I think that you're going to want to have the lead somewhere near the top of the stretch if you're going to want to win this race or be very close to the lead. And I think the addition of blinkers could move Hard Sting forward. He's currently sitting at odds of 4-1 on the tote board. And then finally, the number 2 horse, He's Pretty Lucky. First off the claim for conditioner Steve Capps, not familiar with these connections, but they took this horse for 10, they wheel him back for 20, and he's got a pedigree to go this far, and he looks like another runner that can sit forward. He is 4-1 right now, pretty live on the tote board, in which, looking at the tote board, it's telling you this is a very wide open way to start this pick six here this Wednesday afternoon. The key is the mile and an eighth. Who's going to handle this far of a race here today in race number 3? We'll find out in less than 15 minutes.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's third race. Claiming race, 3-year-olds and up, mile and an eighth over the main track listed fast. Claiming price $20,000. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Scratch number 4, all bodes well. Again, scratch 4, all bodes well. Jockey for the 7 trade-off is John McKee. 7 trade-off, the jockey is John McKee. Main track fast, turf listed good, 6 minutes to post for race 3.
There's a look at the 1 Thunder Ahead going the wrong way, opposite way in his warm-up. Pretty stiff warm-up under Adam Beschizza as he'll make his Keeneland debut here today. I thought he looked nice as he came out for trainer Juan Cano. This is a runner that transfers back to the Juan Cano barn, and we'll see if he handles this distance of 1 mile and an eighth. He was sat just off of a pretty slow pace last time out to break his maiden for 16. So if he can get that same sort of pace scenario, I think he'd be all right. And at 16-1, not a bad looker out there when comparing these other runners. Let's go to the outside, though, the 8 Bugle of War. He is a good-looking son of Warfront as he makes this big drop down in class, and he, too, getting a nice warm-up there under Joe Talamo. Joe rode him last time out for the first time. That was at Kentucky Downs. Didn't quite take to the level of competition more than anything, it appears, and that's why they'll be dropping him all the way down in for 20 here today. And then Chase Tracker on the outside, thought that he looked nice out there as well when he came out with Tyler Gaffleone. Gaffleone sticks with this runner. He's ridden him in his last 3 starts, all up at Saratoga, and all at this 9-furlong distance. So talked about distance. He's used to running this far as he'll have plenty of fitness off of those 3 races up at Saratoga, up at Big Sand, or one of the deeper racetracks that we have. It can be a tiring surface, so fitness should not be an issue with this number 9 horse, and Tyler Gaffleone should be very familiar with him. So good luck to these connections, including Mr. Nick Zito and Meb Racing Stables as they come together with his son of Verrazano. 7-2, he's taken some action too, as all the Tyler Gaffleone ridden horses tend to here, given the meet that he is having. 4 minutes to post. This is race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the Pick Six. They are at the post. And they're off. Bugle of War and Chase Tracker both fire for the lead from the outside. There goes Chase Tracker out running to put a neck in front. Bugle of War going to be right there and locked onto the rail heading into the first turn, though, to press the issue as Major Frontier comes away running in third. Thunder Ahead is fourth down toward the inside. Trade-Off is fifth. Crown the Prince against the rail is sixth. Hard Sting is in the seventh position. He's Pretty Lucky is last of the eight. Back up front, still side by side for the lead. Bugle of War against the rail leads it by a half length. Chase Tracker goes second by 3 lengths. Major Frontier is third. 23.95 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Thunder Ahead back toward the inside in fourth. Trade-Off is fifth on the outside. Room at the rail for Hard Sting, who moves up from fifth and now takes fourth by just a neck. And then further back, the trailers got Crown the Prince, and He's Pretty Lucky, who moves up one spot from last on the outside, but 7 lengths off the lead, 48.7 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Over to the far turn they go. Bugle of War and Chase Tracker go 1-2, separated by a half length. Thunder Ahead third ahead, then Major Frontier, who regains third up on the outside. 2 lengths off the front pair, though. And then Hard Sting, who goes fifth on the outside as they swing around the far turn. Bugle of War still the leader, and Chase Tracker still right there on the outside. They've been that way since the start. Major Frontier, then Hard Sting. Here's Hard Sting up the rail now, taking third by a neck as they come toward the quarter pole. 2 lengths off the lead, looks for some more running room. Hard Sting tries to switch lanes toward the outside as they turn for home. Chase Tracker on the outside puts ahead in front. Bugle of War is fighting back to the inside. Gap of 3 lengths to Hard Sting, who's still third at the 8th pole, and 3 more back of that one to Major Frontier in fourth. Bugle of War the leader. Bugle of War by 3 into the 16th pole, and it is Bugle of War drawing off by 5. It is Hard Sting to second, and then Chase Tracker third. Bugle of War. Joe Talamo aboard to win it by 5 lengths on the line. Hard Sting was second. Chase Tracker was third. Major Frontier across the line in fourth.
Well, it was a battle for about a mile between the outside two. Bugle of War and Chase Tracker, as Kurt mentioned, they hooked up right at the beginning, and still they're hanging tough with one another. But right about this point in the race is when Tyler Gaffleone's going to run out of horse with Chase Tracker. He starts to drift out a bit, and that's game over. And it's Bugle of War out on the front end, able to keep on going. Big drop down in class for this colt, and his class prevails here at odds of 2-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third. Number 8, Bugle of War, finished first. Number 5, Hard Sting, second. Number 9, Chase Tracker, third. Number 6, Major Frontier, fourth. 8, 5, 9, 6, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 8, Bugle of War, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, owned by For the People Racing Stable LLC of Mike Morgan, owned also by Windmill Manor Farm of Rick Imbert. Eddie Keneally, the trainer, Joe Talamo, the jockey, Bugle of War, a 3-year-old son of War front, out of Princess Sinead by Jeremy. Winner bred in Kentucky by Barronstown Stud. 9 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 52.64 seconds, and the results are official. 8-5-9-6, the official results, Keeneland's third race. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 5. Main track is listed fast and the turf good today. In the fourth race, scratch 7, aggressivity. Scratch 7, aggressivity. Jockey for number 6, Ash Flat, Corey Lannery. 6, Ash Flat, the jockey, Corey Lannery. Race 5, scratch the 12, Z-Force Majeure. Scratch 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead, and 16, Tropical Tornado. That's race 5. Scratch 12, Z-Force Majeure. Scratch 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead, and 16, Tropical Tornado. A reminder, number 13, Mount Kenya, draws into the race. Jockey for the 10, Sanctified, is Francisco Arrieta. Number 10, Sanctified, Francisco Arrieta, the jockey. Sixth race, overweight, number 3, Il Butengati, jockey 1 pound over. 3, Il Butengati, jockey 1 pound over. Featured 7th race. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose, and scratch 13, Palace Athena. That's the featured 7th race, scratch number 3, Timeless Rose, and scratch number 13, Palace Athena. A reminder, number 14, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. 8th and final event, scratch part of entry, 1A, Vow. Scratch 3, Margot Romance. Scratch 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. That's the 8th and final race. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. A reminder, number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race.
Race number 4 at Keeneland is coming up next. Less than 16 minutes to post. Does start the late pick 5. Nice group of starter allowance runners coming together, and one of the better stories, really, of the entire season. We talk so much about stakes runners and high-level races, and obviously that's the focus for the most part when we're talking about graded stakes wins and runners. But Beverly Park, this is a colt that is unbeaten this year. He's raced 6 times. All 6 times he's visited the winner's circle, from Belterra Park and Thistledown up in Ohio down here to Keeneland. So what a run it's been for his connections. It started with Dane Kabisky. He was claimed by Norm Cash for 12-5 back in August, and all Norm has done is kept him winning at even a higher level in these starter allowance races. He's looking for 7 wins in a row. He's looking for a second win this meet at Keeneland, which is a rare achievement all in itself. So this is quite the story, and hopefully it plays out for him. It'd be something nice to celebrate. Beverly Park, a Keeneland September sales graduate as well, looking for his 3rd win overall at Keeneland. He's a straightforward horse. He'll lay close to the pace, and he put together one of the better efforts of his career, I promise you, in that race at Keeneland on the 17th, just 10 days ago. So 6.5 furlongs, not an issue. John McKee rides him back, and Johnny's been aboard him 5 of the 6 wins here in 2021. So Beverly Park, 2-1 on the board right now. Can't get past this horse for the Norman Cash operation. The number 9 horse on the outside, Voluble for Tom Drury. Going to move him over to the dirt. Has only raced on the dirt once, and that was an off-track, sloppy surface at Indiana Grand back when he was going around a ground. But the cutback and distance seemed to really agree with him in his most recent start, able to rally from off the pace. He'll be outrun early. He's not going to be able to keep up with Beverly Park early, or even a few of these others like Ash Flat. They've just got more speed, or Cove Blue, but expect him to try to show up late in the scene, and 6.5 furlongs should aid that kind of move here today. He's 16-1 right now on the tote board. And then finally, the number 3 horse, Machismo, a son of More Than Ready, another one that's quick. He'll be trying to go with the favorite. He might even be out in front of him in the early stages of this race. And he's run some pretty high-level races as well, including allowance victories up in Ohio, and comes off of a strong second going in the starter allowance at Churchill Downs. 7 furlongs probably extended it a little bit too far for him. That's the question with Machismo. Is 6.5 going to be something that he can deal with? That's why I think Beverly Park has the advantage over him in this race. Should be a good one. Again, starts the late pick 5 featuring Beverly Park looking for his 2nd win this meet. We'll see if he can do it in less than 13 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Starter allowance, 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Race 4 offers double and pick 3 wagering. It also starts the late pick 5. Main track is fast, turf listed good. In the fourth race, scratch the 7, Aggressivity. Scratch the 7, Aggressivity. Jockey for the 6, Ash Flat, Corey Lannery, the jockey. Number 6, Ash Flat, jockey Corey Lannery. Post time 5 minutes.
There's a look at Voluble. That is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. For those of you that may have missed today at Keeneland earlier this morning, 15-1 on Voluble. Tom Drury Jr. Son of More Than Ready. This is a horse I also considered in my top 3 as well. So at 15-1, looking for an upset here. He's going to have to get a setup. He's going to need these horses to get out and go too quickly in front of him so he can reel them in late with Miguel Mena. But Voluble, Tom Leach's long shot pick of the entire card, 15-1. One of those horses that he will be trying to reel in, Beverly Park, if everything goes as planned. The horse looking for his second win at this meeting at Keeneland. Just spoke to his trainer, Norman Lynn Cash. Lynn is what his friends call him, so we'll call him Lynn from here on out. But Lynn telling me that this has just been an incredible journey. He never thought that he'd be here in races like this, thought that he'd be running in starter 5 types races after they claimed him. But what a nice horse he's been for him. And I asked him how he would describe the Keeneland meeting. He said it's just been we've been blessed. We're blessed with this great staff and these great horses, and it truly is, I think, one of the great stories that will come out of this fall meeting is the meet that Mr. Lynn Cash is having here at Keeneland. And Beverly Park looking for his 7th in a row. He's 3-1 right now. I think the 6.5 furlongs gives him the advantage to try to defeat Machismo, who will be very quick away from the starting gate. Should be a good race to watch and try to sort through as far as the dynamics of it, and we'll find out who comes away with it in less than 3 minutes. Also a reminder, this fourth race does start the late pick 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Ash Flat, Beverly Park have early speed. These two come to the front, joined by Cove Blue. Cove Blue moves up, puts a head in front on the outside of Ash Flat. Beverly Park is right there to the inside in third. These three on even terms here early on. They've opened up by 5 lengths to the rest of the pack. You've got Machismo, who's away running in fourth to the inside, and then Kitten's Man, who's there toward the outside. Then a break of another 8 more lengths back to Lost in Limbo against the rail in the 6th position. Volleyball there on the far outside moves up into the 7th spot, and then Cave Run in between that pair at the back after an opening quarter in 21.96 seconds. Contested pace up front, and Beverly Park is the leader. Cove Blue is second up on the outside. Less than a length separate the top two. Ash Flat is in third. Then a break of 5 more lengths back to Machismo in fourth. And Kitten's Man, who's toward the outside, in fifth. And Kitten's Man still 7 lengths off the lead. Machismo has to swing toward the outside as they move off the far turn. Voluble tries to get going out in the center of the track. They are all chasing Beverly Park. Lost in Limbo tries to find some running room to come up the rail. Past the 8th pole, it is Beverly Park, a 3-length lead. And here's Machismo, who's diving over toward the inside in second. Voluble is in third. Lost in Limbo is next. Past the 16th pole, Beverly Park, a 3-length lead back to Machismo. Beverly Park, John McKee. Beverly Park to win it. Machismo across the line in the second position, followed by Voluble in third, close for fourth.
You just can't beat him right now at this level. That is his 7th victory in a row, his 2nd win here at Keeneland this meet in the span of 10 days. And he battles down on the inside. He had pressure from the outside, not from the horses that I would have predicted going into the race. The 3-horse Machismo didn't have the speed that you would expect to see from him, but he hangs in there and he just keeps on going. Machismo chasing him back in second. Beverly Park, congratulations again to Lynn Cash, trainer and owner of this Son of Munnings, a Keeneland September sales graduate who has now won his last 7 races. Very much a rarity in this sport of kings.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 5, Beverly Park, was first. Number 3, Machismo, second. Number 9, Voluble, third. Number 1, Lost in Limbo, fourth. 5391, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, number 5, Beverly Park, owned and trained by Lynn Cash. John McKee, the jockey. Beverly Park, a 4-year-old son of Munnings out of Madeira Park by Langfuhr, bred in Kentucky by Ray Hansen and George Gilbert. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 17.71 seconds. Results of the 4th race official, 5391, the official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. Turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 12, Z-Force Majeure. Scratch the 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead, and scratch 16, Tropical Tornado. That's in race 5, scratch 12, Z-Force Majeure. Scratch 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead. And scratch 16, Tropical Tornado. A reminder, number 13, Mount Kenya draws into the race. There's a jockey change for the 10, Sanctified Francisco Arrieta. 10, Sanctified. The jockey is Francisco Arrieta. Sixth race, overweight, number 3, Il Butengati. The jockey, 1 pound over. Number 3, Il Butengati. The jockey, 1 pound over. Featured seventh race. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose, and scratch number 13, Palace Athena. That's the featured seventh race. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose, and scratch number 13, Palace Athena. A reminder, number 14, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. Eighth and final event, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, just over $20,000. In the eighth race, scratch part of entry, 1A Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch the 6, Malibu Marie. Again, scratch part of entry, 1A Vow. Scratch 3, Margot Romance. Scratch 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. A reminder, number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race.
Race number 5, maiden special weight for 3 and up. That we go to mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course. Does start the late pick 4. 13 does draw in. That's the favorite actually right now at odds of 5-2. So make note the fact that Mount Kenya draws in off the also eligible with the scratch to the inside of the number 12 horse. So 13, 5-2 right now. Mount Kenya for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and Vicky Oliver. I'm going to the 9 Rare Stripe as my top selection. He's 9-1. A son of Flatter for Calumet Farm. Talked earlier about the battle that Calumet Farm is in as far as owner standings. They've got a one-length lead, a one-win lead in the owner standings. So a win from this colt would go a long way as we come to the end of this fall meeting with just 3 race days left after this. But here's a colt that gets back to routing. They sprinted him at Belmont Park in that race that was between July and coming off that race in July to September. So sprinted up in New York, not quite as effective. So getting back to 2 turns, I think, will be a big plus for this good-looking son of Flatter, bred by Calumet Farm. I like him. The price is great. I'll take it. I'll take a swing with Rare Stripe getting back out to a route of ground. The 11-horse Road Abroad is a first-time starter who's getting some play. He's right now about 3rd choice in the wagering, if I'm seeing it correctly. This is a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2019. Paid $425,000 for this son of Quality Road. This is the first foal from the hard-spun first dam. So good-looking colts. Obviously, Quality Road's going to go a long way in bringing that kind of money on the top. So Run Abroad, first time out for Brian Lynch. Good numbers when horses debut on grass. Turf starts statistics are there. Brian gets plenty of these nice turf horses. So would be excited to see him run here today and see how it turns out, considering the purchase price for the Hills of $425,000. That's my second choice. The third choice is the number 4, Cool Rags for Eric Foster. Getting back on turf is the key for him. Just not nearly as effective in that one-turn mile race, and that's another aspect of it, too. Those quickly run races out of the chute at Churchill Downs in the one-turn mile. So back to a 2-turn scenario, kinder, easier sort of pace to run at, and he'll be coming from off the pace, one would think, and he's run some big races with Corrales in the saddle. I say it often here, go to Corrales. When he gets opportunities, he rides as well and as hard as anybody here at Keeneland. And I think getting back with this runner, going back to May and June, look at those 2 races and what Corrales was able to do with him. That kind of performance will have him right there in the end at odds of 13-1. But a good one coming up to start the late pick 4, maiden special weight, mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Sierra Farm, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and a 16th over the turf, which is listed good, the rail at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's also the start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 12, Z-Force Major. Also scratch 14, February Sun. Scratch 15, Sprinklehead. And scratch 16, Tropical Tornado. A reminder, number 13, Mount Kenya draws into the race. Jockey for the 10, Sanctified, Francisco Arrieta. 10, Sanctified. The jockey is Francisco Arrieta. Post time, 6 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes away from the start of the late pick 4, this 5th race out on the track warming up. There's a look at the 1. Brown Delivers, a Kentucky-bred son of Mshawish, Keeneland January sales graduate from 2019, sent out by Team Valor. He sent this colt overseas to kick off his career, and Rudy Brisset, his now trainer, was telling me it's quite interesting when you've got a European horse, an English horse, that is transferred to your barn that has never raced on grass, and that's the case. So this is going to be his turf debut because so many of the races run in England are conducted on turf courses, and obviously there are the synthetic tracks like this one. A runner has explored between Newcastle and Kempton and Chelmsford, but here he is making his U.S. debut. He said they've worked with him out of the gate, trying to get him to be quick away from the gate, because that's always seems to be one of the issues with these European horses. They're just not as fast away from the starting gate as American runners. So hopefully he breaks well. That should be the key for him. And Rudy says that they like this horse. So at a price, 6-1, keep an eye on him. The number 13, Mount Kenya, who is still the favorite. He's 7-2 right now. The horse that draws in off the also eligible, he's got a big, long body on him. That was the first impression that I got when seeing him walk through the tunnel here. This is a horse that certainly at a mile and a 16th should be, I would imagine, trying to come from off the pace. There you can see what I'm talking about. He is a good-looking son of Animal Kingdom, owned by Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr. So at 7-2, got to like the way he looks. We'll see what kind of trip Rafael Bejarano maps out for him. And then the Clocker report pointed towards this one, Battle of Britain for the Joe Allen stable, a son of Warfront, out of an Unbridled Song first dam by the name of Photograph. So Battle of Britain debuting for Reeve McGahee, a series of good workouts between Turfway and here at Keeneland. Got to like the gate workout that he comes into this race off of just 10 days ago, working in 47-4. So the 8, part of the Clocker report, actually now co-favored. He's evened up with the outside number 13 as they both sit at 7-2. Looks like another good race here on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon. Sun is shining as we're less than 3 minutes away from race number 5.
Horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's 5th race, the Sierra Farm, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. Ready for a start. And they're off. There goes Flying Fred. Flying Fred comes out for the early lead. Simply Jack is there in the opening strides. Rare Stripe moves up as well toward the center of the course, along with Sanctified as they head for the first turn. Flying Fred gets over next to the rail. Simply Jack is alongside. Sanctified goes third, and Rare Stripe is between horses. A close-up fourth. Brown Delivers is in fifth. And then Cool Rags in sixth. The lane off the rail, now squeezing down toward the inside. Mount Kenya, seventh on the outside of that one. American Diamond is eighth. Uncle Duke is in ninth. Break of 7 more lengths back to Road Abroad in 10th. Battle of Britain 11th. Cronus last of the 12. Opening quarter on the board in 22.58 seconds. Flying Fred the leader, 3/4 of a length. Simply Jack goes second, 3/4 of a length. Brown Delivers third, a half length. Sanctified is fourth. Rare Stripe, Cool Rags to the inside. And then Mount Kenya, who's toward the far outside, 5 lengths off the lead. Midpoint of the backstretch, 47.35 seconds the time for the opening half mile. Flying Fred the leader. Flying Fred leads 3/4 of a length. And then Simply Jack is second, a length. Brown Delivers against the rail in third, a half length. Sanctified fourth. Rare Stripe fifth. Cool Rags, Mount Kenya still there toward the outside and still 6 lengths from the front. Then American Diamond, Uncle Duke. Battle of Britain still a dozen lengths from the lead. They're midway on the final turn. Simply Jack right alongside of Flying Fred. The battle for the lead at the top of the stretch. Mount Kenya swings wide. Brown Delivers is in behind horses. Sanctified, then American Diamond, who's out in the center of the course, 5 lengths from the lead. Simply Jack, Mount Kenya, then American Diamond now third. Brown Delivers still in behind horses in fourth. Mount Kenya to the lead. Battle of Britain is running late, but still 6 from the front. Here's American Diamond. American Diamond to the lead from Mount Kenya in second. Battle of Britain third, but running out of time. American Diamond the leader. Battle of Britain still trying. American Diamond wins it. Battle of Britain second. Mount Kenya third. And Brown Delivers across the line in fourth.
Here's your gift of the afternoon. How about Tyler Gaffleone and trainer Mike Maker at odds of 5-1? That's what American Diamond went off of at here in race number 5 at Keeneland, and he produces a nice late run. What a run from so many of these horses. This looks like it could turn out to be a key race. There's some good colts in this race. And American Diamond, the son of American Pharaoh out of the Giants Causeway First Stand Causeway Lady, getting it done at 5-1. Again, a rarity. Maker and Gaffleone at this kind of a price, especially on the turf.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 2, American Diamond, finished first. Number 8, Battle of Britain, second. Number 13, Mount Kenya, third. And number 1, Brown Delivers, finished fourth. 2-8-13-1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Sierra Farm, number 2, American Diamond, owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff and trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. American Diamond, a 3-year-old son of American Pharaoh, out of Causeway Lady by Giants Causeway, the winner bred in Kentucky by John Oxley. The Sierra Farm, race 5, a mile and a 16th, over the turf listed good in 1 minute 44.22 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Sierra Farm to the connections of American Diamond. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official, 2-8-13-1, the official results. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Overweight, number 3, Il Butengati, the jockey, 1 pound over. Number 3, Il Butengati, the jockey, 1 pound over. Checking the featured 7th race, a reminder, scratch number 3, Timeless Rose. Also scratch number 13, Palace Athena. Featured 7th race, scratch number 3, Timeless Rose, and scratch number 13, Palace Athena. A reminder, number 14, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. 8th and final event, scratch part of entry 1A, Vow. Scratch 3, Margot Romance. Scratch 5, Can Cutie. Scratch 6, Malibu Marie. That's the 8th and final race, scratch part of entry 1A, Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch 5, Can Cutie. Scratch 6, Malibu Marie. A reminder, number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race. Main track is fast, turf listed good.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Just a quick note, looking back at race number 5, that winner, American Diamond, that impressive winner for Three Diamonds Farm, he will be entered in the Keeneland November sale. He'll go through the sale as hip number 3670, part of the Horses of Racing Age portion of Keeneland November. So if you're shopping Keeneland November, especially for proven racehorses, American Diamond, keep an eye on him. In that end of the sale, hip number 3670, Keeneland November, we'll see him pass through the ring. All right, let's look ahead now to race number 6. Race 6 starts the late pick 3. This is a non-more-than-a-2 lifetime allowance race. 6 furlongs the distance. You've got an entry in here that's 11-1. I'm going to the horse that draws the rail, Spiteful Sam. Comes off of a good run at Churchill Downs, going 6.5 furlongs, cuts back to 6 today. And I think that there's a good chance that he makes the lead from the inside. I think he will be able to outbreak the few horses to his outside. That's Hypnotic Rhythm, the 1, and Leslie's Gold, the 1A. The entry is immediately to his outside. So just a replication of any of his recent races, I think, will be good enough for him. And he's live on the board. He's 2-1 right now. Spiteful Sam, a son of Spitester, who's making his Keeneland debut. Let's go to the 5, Grandeur for Graham Motion. This is a son of Into Mischief. Broke his maiden at Delaware back in July, then showed up in an allowance race facing winners for the first time. Then they've run him once this meet. That was against Olympiad, the race which was taken by Olympiad back on the 14th of October. I just simply think that this is a simpler or an easier spot for him, given the competition. I think that race a few weeks back came up a bit tougher than what this one has here today, and I think that hopefully he'll take another step forward. And the fact that Graham Motion's going to go ahead and spend another race with him here at Keeneland, I think has to be viewed as a positive, because there wasn't much to write home about when it came to his performance on October 14th. So encouraged to see him back. And like I said, I think the competition here today is much less than what he faced in that previous race this meet. And then finally, Ready to Answer for Rusty Arnold, cuts back in distance. He should be I think he'll probably be coming from off the pace. I mean, he did break his maiden when he was forward in that race back on the 11th of November of 2020. But since then, he's just not had the same sort of gate speed. So we'll see what Florent ends up doing with him. But I do think that he fits this group quite well. And obviously, most agree he's 8-5 right now. I can't predict what he's going to do away from the starting gate. That's the thing I'm having a trouble reading with him. And that's why I'm going towards the 2. I think it's predictable that he will be trying to make the lead from that post number 1. Race number 6, 13 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the Stone Tower. An allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Overweight, number 3, Il Butengati, jockey 1 pound over. Number 3, Il Butengati, the jockey 1 pound over. Post time, 7 minutes.
Go front side to the favorite. That's the number 6 horse, Ready to Answer. Rusty Arnold just telling me via an interview over in the paddock side that he, like me, in discussing this race, has long been trying to figure out what kind of style this horse has. He says that the 4 months off has done him some good. He looks good, and he certainly does if you get a chance to see him up close. But he's a horse, he said, that at the end of June, he'd lost a little bit of weight, so the 4 months off helped him get weight back on. So positive signs here, and I think that Rusty's hoping that he can be quick away from the gate. That's the hope, that he's able to handle that sort of racing style or get back to that racing style here today. So 2-1, a good conversation with Rusty Arnold. There's the number 5 horse, Grandeur. We'll see what he's about here today. As mentioned, I think that this is just simply a little bit easier of a spot than the A other than condition that he faced back on the 14th of October. Not discounting Ready to Answer. I think he's a nice horse, but this should be more to his liking, this level of competition with Julien Leparoux in the saddle. Then we go to the number 7 horse, Name Rejected. Live on the board, he's 5-2. That makes him co-second choice in this race. He's a horse that I think will appreciate getting back out to 6 furlongs, and he's kind of the same as Ready to Answer. Sometimes he sits up close, sometimes he gets himself a little bit further back. So we'll see what Tyler Gaffleon's able to do. Tyler seemingly making all the right calls here this meet at Keeneland for the fall. So hopefully he runs a big one for him at 5-2. We're coming up on less than 5 minutes to post for race 6.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Stone Tower. They are at the post. And they're off. Name rejected. Quick into stride. Hypnotic Rhythm has speed in the opening stride. Spiteful Sam is there to the inside, and Leslie's Gold comes away running in 4th. Hypnotic Rhythm between horses has the lead, but Spiteful Sam is right there to the inside. Ahead separate the top 2 here early as they head up the backstretch. Name rejected 3rd to their far outside. Leslie's Gold in behind horses toward the inside in 4th position. And then Audacious Antoine is 5th up on the outside. Il Butengadi is in 6th position on the far turn. And then Ready to Answer moves up 1 spot on the outside from 7th, 5 lengths off the lead. Grandeur trails around the turn, 22.82 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Back up front, Spiteful Sam, the leader. Hypnotic Rhythm is there in 2nd. Name Rejected tries to join them from 3rd. Ready to Answer is 4th and still 8 lengths from the lead. In the meantime, Name Rejected striding forward to take a narrow lead at the 8th pole as Spiteful Sam starts to fight back now toward the inside. Pokes ahead in front once again, and Spiteful Sam kicking in as they move by the 16th pole. Opens back up by a length and a half. Spiteful Sam, Edgar Morales to win it. Name Rejected was 2nd. Hypnotic Rhythm 3rd. Ready to Answer was 4th.
When you draw post 1 sprinting, you better be fast, and that's exactly what Spiteful Sam is. He is quick away from there. He took pressure from the 2 to his outside. They were able to hang with him, but they had to back down. And at this point in time, it's the 7 horse chasing him along, who also was involved in the early duel, but lost some ground. And I think that ultimately was the difference. The ground saving trip by the 1 horse, or 2 horse, I should say, from post 1. Spiteful Sam, impressive here in this Keeneland debut as he was bet down to 2-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. Number 2, Spiteful Sam, was first. Number 7, Name Rejected, second. Number 1, Hypnotic Rhythm, third. Number 6, Ready to Answer, was fourth. 2716 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Stone Tower, number 2, Spiteful Sam, owned by the Jack Mack Stable LLC of Jack Dickerson, who bred the winner in Kentucky. The winning trainer is Genevieve Londano. Edgar Morales is the winning jockey. Spiteful Sam, 3-year-old gelded son of Speedster out of Superior Storm by Stormy Atlantic. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.45 seconds. Results of race 6 official, 2716, the official results of Keeneland's sixth race. And now the trophy presentation for the Stone Tower in the winner's circle. To the connections of Spiteful Sam. Keeneland's featured 7th race upcoming, the Hunter Valley. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose. And scratch 13, Palace Athena. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose, and scratch 13, Palace Athena. A reminder, number 14, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. 8th and final race, scratch part of entry, 1A, Vow. Scratch 3, Margot Romance. Scratch 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. That's in the 8th and final race. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Vow. Scratch 3, Margot Romance. Scratch 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. A reminder, number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race. Turf listed good. Main track is fast.
This is the feature of the Wednesday afternoon, race number 7 here at Keeneland, second level allowance race, 1 mile and a 16th on the good listed turf course. And there's the favorite, the one more than unusual for Mr. Martin Schwartz. That's who owns this filly. Purchased at the Keeneland September sale for just $35,000 back in 2018, and she's done some good. She's made over $141,000 in 8 career starts and comes out of tough competition. That's why I'm gravitating towards this filly. And I'm not worried about the 6-month layoff for this filly here today. She's run some big races off of layoffs in the past. Brad Cox has always got him ready, period. You don't have to worry about timetables with this champion barn operation. But down on the inside, she should sit a good trip. She's handy. She can come from further back. She can sit closer. Florent Giroux's ridden her multiple times in his career. I just like this filly, and I think that more than anything, the races that she exit were very, very difficult, and she ran into stakes-type runners, including Pocket Square, who recently won the Grade 3 Athenia Stakes up in New York. So give me the favorite on top, more than unusual. The number 2 horse at 12-1. I'm not even going to venture to say the pronunciation. I'm going to leave that to Kurt Becker up in the booth. But this 5-year-old mare, she's run some consistently good races as of late, and she's another one that is very adaptable. She can sit close if the pace is slow, or she can rally off of it if she gets some speed to run at. So at 12-1, truly think that she's going to be able to outrun her odds here today, the Brazilian-bred 5-year-old mare by Public Purse. And then the number 5 horse to round out my top 3, Jezebel's Kitten, 7-1 right now for Illum Stables, and a daughter of Kitten's Joy, who, much like the other 2 fillies, has just run some solid races. She ran into Curly Ruth, a filly that I really like, at Kentucky Downs, in that second level allowance race. So that's turned out to be a productive race. And I think that the time off and getting back to a conventional course, I'm not saying she ran poorly. In fact, she ran really well at Kentucky Downs. I just think you've got to respect this filly. 7-1 is too big of a price, in my opinion, when taking a look at her versus so many of these others. And Chris Davis, he's brought some horses that have fired some live shots this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. So a good feature coming up, 17 minutes to post, and with it being just an 8-race card, this 7th race does start the late daily double.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race. The Hunter Valley, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf, listed good, rail at 20 feet. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch number 3, Timeless Rose, and scratch number 13, Palace Athena. A reminder, number 14, Discreet Kitty, draws into the race. 7 minutes to post.
There's the favorite, More Than Unusual, for trainer Brad Cox. Brad telling me in the paddock that the reason they gave her 6 months off is that she had been racing for a good long while and just needed a break, and also felt that she's better during these cooler months, so that's why they gave her the summer off. So we've heard this before from trainers. These horses respond better to the weather, and that's the case with More Than Unusual. So encouraging conversation with Brad Cox, given that she gets a cool afternoon to work with and has had some cool days to train and prepare for this return. So 2-1, she looks fit and ready to go. And the outside horse did as well, and does vividly, the 12 horse for Brendan Walsh. You've got Tyler Gaffalione on the turf course, 5-1. Can that happen again for a second time today, as it just happened for Mike Maker? But vividly, just like the build of this filly. She's pretty compact and pretty strong looking, and comes off a good race at Belmont Park, where she won going 1 mile and an eighth. Will shorten up to 1 mile and a 16th. Can that be something that she can put together, that same sort of run with a little bit less ground to work with? But like the way that she looks, and you can see she's got some cotton in her ears as well to keep her level, because she was ready to get out there and ready to push on and get moving. So at 5-1, Tyler Gaffalione on the turf course. Doesn't get much better than that as far as the price. 4 minutes to post. This is the featured race 7.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Hunter Valley. They are at the post. And they're off. Jezebel's Kitten outrunning for the early lead. Here comes an early move from Wait for Nairobi, joined by Discreet Kitty, who's there in the center of the course. More Than Unusual broke well. Going to settle back now toward the inside and allow Discreet Kitty to move on, along with Wait for Nairobi, who goes in the second position as they head into the first turn. Barista third on the outside, and More Than Unusual fourth back toward the inside. Jezebel's Kitten fifth. Bella Gamba is sixth. Ask Bailey 5 wide, 4 wide, now 3 wide. And there goes Ask Bailey moving from fifth to the lead around the turn. Ask Bailey has gone to the top as the field enters the backstretch, leads it by just a length. Barista goes second by a neck. Discreet Kitty travels third. Bella Gamba is fourth upon the outside as they head up the backstretch. Then Wait for Nairobi, who is in fifth. Jezebel's Kitten is sixth. And then More Than Unusual against the rail in seventh, running 6 lengths off the lead. Three Flamingos is eighth. Elka du Huarate is ninth in between horses. Auction Power is on the outside and travels along in 10th. Vividly is 11th, and Pythoness is last of the 12 as the field moves on to the far turn. It was 24.36 at the quarter, 48.67 seconds for the opening half mile. Ask Bailey, the leader. Barista is second, just off the leader's flank, and now moving forward toward the outside. Bella Gamba, Jezebel's Kitten tries to get untracked as they round the far turn, as they swing to the top of the stretch, and Jezebel's Kitten comes forward to challenge Barista. Bella Gamba between that pair is in third. And here's Jezebel's Kitten striding forward now for the lead by a neck. Barista tries to fight back to the inside. Late charge, More Than Unusual, and Bella Gamba fights on as well. More Than Unusual, though, is striding forward on the far outside. More Than Unusual trying to get there. More Than Unusual does get there by a half length on the line for Florent Giroux.
What a sterling performance from More Than Unusual, the Keeneland September sales graduate. What a long run she put together to pull off this victory. She had some nice fillies out in front of her, and once she lays it down in the center of the track and kicks it into high gear, she rolls past them pretty easily in the end. You can see Florent Giroux keeping her busy as she's widest of all these horses, but a long, sustained run, as we come to expect from runners like this out of the Brad Cox barn. A nice win by just about a half a length in the end. 6-5 favorite. More Than Unusual takes the Wednesday feature.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th race. Number 1, More Than Unusual, finished first. Number 9, Bella Gamba, was second. Number 8, Barista, was third. Number 5, Jezebel's Kitten, was fourth. 1985, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 1985, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's featured 7th race, the Hunter Valley, number 1, More Than Unusual. Owned by Martin Schwartz, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey, Florent Giroux. More Than Unusual, a 4-year-old filly by More Than Ready out of Unusual Way by Unusual Heat. Winner bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms LLC and More Than Ready Syndicate. Keeneland's September sales graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the turf listed good in 1 minute 43.71 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Hunter Valley Trophy presentation to the connections of More Than Unusual. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $20,051. Scratch part of entry 1A, Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. Again, scratch part of entry 1A, Vow. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch 6, Malibu Marie. Number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race.
This is the nightcap here at Keeneland Racecourse on this Wednesday afternoon. Maiden $150,000 claimer, so high-level claiming event for 2-year-old filly maidens. They'll be going 6.5 furlongs. Some key scratches in here: the 3, the 5, the 6, all taken out, as well as the 1A. So part of the entry not involved. The 13 does draw in and is currently sitting at 7-1. That's Landed Gentry for Blackwood's stable. I went to the rail horse. The number 1, or shouldn't say rail, draws a few slots out, actually posts 3 now. How about them apples? But she'll be carrying the red saddlecloth and is being sent out by myracehorse.com and Spendthrift Farm. Steve Asmussen, the conditioner of this filly. She comes out of a race that I think it's going to turn out to be key. That filly, Sweet Danny Girl, sprung an upset in that race for Carlo Vaccarezza and is going to be wheeled back in the stakes race later on this week here at Keeneland. So we'll see how key this race is. And she beat a good Godolphin horse, what looks to be a good Godolphin filly, on the square that afternoon. Now, how about them apples? Regressed a bit from her previous 2 starts at Ellis, where she was second on debut and then 4th, beaten 11 lengths in her second start, going 6.5. But hopefully she can rediscover some of that back form, and this drop in class, you have to reference that or call it that, even though it's not the biggest, because these are some good fillies, and in for a $150,000 tag, you're going to be finding a bit more quality than if you were, say, dropping in for 50 or 30. But at 3-1, how about them apples? We'll see if this one can pull off the victory with I think a good post position as well. The number 7 horse, Triple P for Steve Margolis. She ran well on debut. She debuted for maiden 50. Now she steps up a few levels to a $150,000 maiden race, and she was 6-1 that day, but ran an even second place finish, going 6 furlongs. Gets another half a furlong to work with here this afternoon, and she's 3-1 right there, co-favored with How About Them Apples, the number 1 horse. So not much separating them in the pool, and Triple P, we'll see if she can show some improvement off of that debut race where she was debuted for 50. And then finally, let's talk about the number 10 horse, Abstract Moment, for Byron Hughes, a toneless filly. It adds blinkers and moves over to the dirt for the first time. She's got that dirt pedigree by Tonalist, the Grade 1 winner on dirt, but adding blinkers as well as another change and cutting back in distance. She ran a solid race, going 6.5 at Kentucky Downs 2 starts back. But I think that you've got to give her a look, and she's 11-1 right now on the board. She's put together races that are strong enough compared to the 2 favorites in this race. I would not throw her out at all. We'll let them get saddled up, wait for the riders up call, and give you front side observations in about 4 minutes, as we're 14 minutes to post from the Wednesday nightcap.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race. Maiden claiming race for 2-year-old fillies with a price of $150,000, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $20,051. Scratch part of entry, 1A, Val. Scratch number 3, Margot Romance. Scratch the 5, Can Cutie. And scratch the 6, Malibu Marie. A reminder, number 13, Landed Gentry, draws into the race. Post time at 6 minutes.
On the front side here with a group of maiden $150,000 claimers. And let's go to the 2-horse. That is Miss Remia for Brad Cox. She draws the rail, wears the white saddlecloth, though, but she's a nice-looking daughter of Nyquist. Looks fit, looks ready. As I mentioned before, Brad Cox does not bring short horses over in the afternoon as far as fitness is concerned. So good price, 5-1. We'll see if Flo and Florent Giroux, the rider, and Brad Cox can sweep the late daily double with a good price horse of 5-1. Let's go to the 9-horse. That's Chili, a first-time starter for Summer Wind Equine, daughter of First Samurai. Not going to see it here, but if you get a chance to see her up closer, she's got quite the markings. It almost looks like she's got snowflakes that have dropped on her, fell on her and not melted. These small little spots all over her coat. So nice-looking filly and interesting markings, but perhaps that's how they got the name Chili, daughter of First Samurai, warming up here 8-1 on the board. And then Abstract Moment, this big tall filly. You can see why they tried her long last time out. She's built like a filly that should be able to handle that, but didn't quite work out right here at Keeneland, I should say, in Maiden Special Weight Company. Adds blinkers, back to sprinting, big long leggy filly. You can see her there. Daughter of Tonal is drawn to the outside. But one other note, we see now the 7 and 1 have separated from each other a bit more as far as favoritism is concerned. They were even on the tote board, and now the 7 has taken some late action to bring her down to the slight favorite at odds of 3-1 as the 1 drifts up to odds of 9-2. So Triple P right now, the 7-horse, is the favorite. You've got less than 4 minutes to get those final wagers in for this afternoon as we wrap up the card with race number 8 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race. They are at the post. And they're off. Miracle Mischief out for the lead. Miss Remia has early speed. How about Dim Apples is up close in the opening strides. Triple P is away running in the 4th position. Pappy Says Yes is 5th out toward the center of the track. There goes Emotional Intel against the rail, moving up from 6th into 5th. Further back, Landed Gentry, center of the racetrack, is in the 7th position. Moves to the outside of Pappy Says Yes, who's lost a couple of spots on the backstretch. And then Chili, who dives down toward the inside, threads the needle through some traffic, moves all the way up from 7th into 6th, now into 5th. Chili against the rail, 5 lengths from the lead. Further back, Make Me Believe. Pappy Says Yes, now next to last around the far turn. And finally, Abstract Moment, 22.8 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Miss Remia, the leader, And Miss Remia leads it by 3 lengths to the top of the stretch. Triple P second. How About Dim Apples is third, back toward the inside. Landed Gentry has to go fourth to the outside of Miracle Mischief. Miss Remia the leader. Miss Remia by 3 lengths at the 8th pole. And then comes Triple P to the outside. How About Dim Apples back toward the inside, now moves up into the second position. Landed Gentry is fourth, but Miss Remia is kicking on for the wire. Miss Remia, Florent Giroux, a widening 7-length lead. Back to How About Dim Apples and Landed Gentry. Miss Remia much the best in the Keeneland nightcap. Landed Gentry got up for second. How About Dim Apples was third. And then Triple P across the wire in fourth, followed by Miracle Mischief.
She leaves them all in her wake. That's Miss Remia, the daughter of Nyquist, debuting here for Wonder Stables, Madacat Stables, and others. And this is game over at this point in time. She used her speed away from the gate, which you have to do if you draw post position number 1. If you want to be successful, she had some fillies that went with her for a bit, but in the final quarter of a mile, she was in a race of her own. Brad Cox, Florent Giroux sweeping the late daily double. And about this price, 9-2 on Miss Remia to take the nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th and final race. Number 2, Miss Remia, finished first. Number 13, Landed Gentry, second. Number 1, How About Dim Apples, was third. Number 7, Triple P, was fourth. Number 11, Miracle Mischief, finished fifth. 2, 13, 1, 7, 11, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, number 2, Miss Remia. Owned by Wonder Stables of Joe Lohr, by Madacat Stables LLC of Saul Kuhlman, and by Golconda Stables of Ben Goldberg. Trainer Brad Cox, jockey Florent Giroux go back-to-back to close today's program. Miss Remia, 2-year-old filly by Nyquist out of Top Performance by City Zip, winner bred in Kentucky by Lee McMillan, and Anita Cawley breeding. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.75 seconds. Eighth race results official. 2:13, 1, 7, 11, the official results for Keeneland's 8th race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 tomorrow. Post time 1:05 p.m. Eastern. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.